Okay, everyone, welcome to council meeting for the 13th of May. I will open with karakia. Whakatakata hau ki te uru, whakatakata hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. Ehi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, ti hei, Māori ora. First up on here we have some apologies. So we have an apology from Councillor Very for today. Councillor Wilshire will be online for some of the meeting, and just some lateness from our CE who has been held up. Can I please have someone move the apologies? Tracy, and seconded. Reese, all those in favour please say aye. Against? Carried. Is there any identification of extraordinary business? There being none. Our interest register is attached to the agenda. Are there any conflicts for the papers that we have in front of us today?
Yep, just with page 98.5, the NZDF reference, I'm currently marketing 158 Melton Grange Road, which is underneath that flight path. And then on page... that's page 88, 4.2. That's page 90, and then page 88, 4.2D. Under the 4 stars Gould's Development Group, the 12 appeals that were concluded, I had land that was involved with that.
Cool. So I think probably the best thing is you just step away from that paper.
Happy to... there's some deep understanding for 158 Melton Grange Road, but happy to step away.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other conflicts of interest? There being none. We will move on to confirmation of minutes. So you will find that is tab 4 in your agenda pack. Are there any matters arising from the minutes of the last meeting? There being none? For the 15th of April. Can I have someone move they be true and accurate record? Reese, seconded. Denise. All those in favour please say aye. Against? Call it carried. And we move on to the fun part, so public forum. And so we have a few people here with us today to speak at public forum, and first up we have Ngaio Bell. So Ngaio, if you could come to the table. Feel free to bring who you like with you as well. Yeah, you're welcome. Please take a seat, make yourself comfortable, and if you push the right hand button, the microphone will light up red, which means that you are on. No need. We have technology here to highlight your voices. So I have first up Ngaio, and then I have you, Ev, afterwards. But if you both want to take time, I'm okay with that.
Actually, Ev's going to start, and then I'll come in on the back of
Sure.
if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll start with a correction. It's Everard, not Everest, but we'll let you away with that. Thank you for letting me speak about the Drainage Water Team report of April 23. It's really refreshing compared with the previous administration. 5 minutes is a really short time. So I've prepared some notes and I'll go as quick as I can.
Would you be happy at the end to give us your notes so that we could
Yes,
have those?
I have some at the end that I can give you, yes.
That would be wonderful,
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's much commentary and warning underway around the country about forced amalgamation of local authorities. You all know bigger's not always better. Risks of service disruption, savings that don't eventuate, and loss of community involvement and trust. Quite the dilemma for your council. Quality planning will be essential. The forced merger of our drainage districts in Selwyn is a good example of how not to do it. Drainage chairs spoke against it, but the staff proposal went ahead anyway and it was forced. So the ball's been in the water team's court since 2023. Plenty of time to plan, you'd think, but relying on the existing contract to continue without resolving pay issues eventually resulted in him suspending his service. There was no discussion with him about how Cord would soak up his experience and phase out his service. By the 21st of December, water team staff finally grasped the fact that they were carrying the ball and they were now responsible. Christmas got in the way, locating appropriate staff and seeking contractors, there was delay. They blamed non-compliant infrastructure. They said it must be fixed, and more delay. The now council-owned weed boat needed repair. More delay. Our contractor is an A-grade mechanic, but his offer to do maintenance was refused. Acting under emergency management, their water report of the 23rd of April claimed a backlog of attention and unstructured maintenance, implying that the L2 committee was sitting on their thumbs. That the team leader failed to resolve the stalemate with our contractor showed flawed and failed management on his part. This was the primary reason that nothing happened until mid-January 26. It took that long to get organised, but finally weed cutting delivered a 500mm drop in the worst affected areas. My time prevents listing all the water team botch-ups. Suffice to say that learning as you go has cost ratepayers dearly. The biggest noise was money rushing out, not water flowing. There's plenty of evidence that for years the L2 committee has known how to plan and act proactively. For example, the L2 committee has a sinking fund for the replacement of the old riverboat and a fund for desilting. These funds are currently in council accounts. While these funds should be invested back from where sourced for desilting, drain spoil removal, reinstating floodgates, etc., the water team's crash course in weed cut management will have blown the budget out of the water. No pun intended. Our last budget for weed cutting plus drainage was about $50,000 a year. Watch the figures when all the invoices are in for their effort. No mention of any of this in their 23rd April report. I'd like to talk about desilting for a moment, and I'd like you to visualise two parallel lines across the river, a metre apart. Width times height times 1 metre. If all the volume in the water between those lines shifts downstream in 1 second, that would be your Cusack flow. But if the river had a whole lot of silt in the bottom and some weed on top of that, clearly that volume between the two 1 metre imaginary lines would be less. And so we say that it's a wee bit like having a culvert, and reducing its diameter restricts the flow capacity. We didn't need to wait for a new bathymetric survey to tell us this. The L2 committee had already commissioned a professional survey that showed a build-up of 300 mils of silt. Not just a build-up, but this was the depth of the silt of the build-up over 3 years. Now, to empty the bath, you pull the plug. You don't tinker with upstream patches. The L2 committee's been asking for years and years to desilt. No, you can't. You need a consent. Well, please get one. Councillor Miller pulled his hair out, was very frustrated in progressing this. Yes, we have existing use rights. No, we don't. Yes, we do. Who doesn't? What does seem clear is the reluctance and reticence of the water team to get it sorted. In question time of their report, a dubious claim that only 6% of river volume is silt implied perhaps desilting might not be a priority for them. To this water report itself, I've taught report writing at Lincoln Uni. I'd mark their report as a fail. It contains factual errors. Drainage is a part of the flood defence system, and there are statutes which stipulate the obligations. The report says the purpose is to drain groundwater, not surface water. Wrong. It's the other way round. The report implies neglected drains on private properties challenge the council and impact on the level of service. If a property owner does not clean their drain, they get a bog. Their surface water simply doesn't feed into the classified drain. There's not that many dumb landowners out there either. To imply that the council drain work is negatively impacted by unkept private drains gives a totally incorrect spin and is wrong on that. This report contains innuendo, a backlog of attention following unstructured maintenance, it says. The truth of the matter is the team leader failed to resolve the funding for our contractor, and so his work was effectively blocked. The report contains figures of little relevance. Kilometres of drains and river the network has should be just a point of record, not somebody spending a whole lot of time. They say 150 tonnes of weed was carted to Rolleston, cut weed was for recycling, but they don't say they ignored an offer to take the cut weed 300 metres to the adjoining owner. With diesel costs escalating, another 25 plus loads next year will blow the budget again. Contamination of the weed? Show us the evidence. Never disclosed, even if it does exist. I also note the report refers to reactive management several times, whereas the L2 committee is delivering a competent proactive service for 30 plus years. I noticed ECAN in their submission for next Friday also note the same, that proactive management is what's needed. So in conclusion, this report to the council is flawed and full of spin. I'm a ratepayer. My dollars help pay for the service dished up by the water team, all 5 of them these days, and I'm not getting value for money. And you as a council have received a tainted version that conceals all the shortcomings of their activities so far in this first forced merger. Ask staff for the complete cost of the weed cut shambles and the resultant cost blowout. Let's know the comparison. Good luck with your deliberations on the local authority amalgamation being forced on you. I'd be pushing back. You'll need good planning if you do, a competent team and good people with skills which enable retention of value and trust. And those are the things that I think have gone wrong so far in this forced merger of the drainage districts. Thanks.
Thank you, Ev. Councillors, this is a chance to ask questions and we will address public forum at the end of today's meeting. So first up, I have Denise.
Did you want to speak first, Naya? Shall I? Is that okay?
Given I'm speaking about similar things,
Okay.
May I speak first? Would that be okay?
Look, I'm fine with that. I just noted councillors had their lights on, wanting to ask questions, but that is fine, Naya. You can.
Or I can ask a question. What?
Well, if it's relative to both,
Yeah.
then hold on. If it's just for Ev,
I don't know what Naya's going to say.
okay. Well, councillors, please hold your questions, and we'll let
Sorry.
Naya speak, and then we can address questions.
Thank you. Well, hello everybody. You will know by now I'm Nio Bell, and thank you for letting me speak today about the presentation given by Land Drainage Operation. I'm a local farmer. I live on the edge of Lake Ellesmere and opposite the L2 River. My father, Colin Hill, was the inaugural chair for the L2 Drainage Committee and served there for 21 years. There was a lot of drainage talk around our table. The L2 committee started about 34 years ago, early 1990s, and it was in debt when it was given to the committee. They had to prioritise drains, clean them, do the weed cutting and keep to budget. Most of the members were and still are local farmers, and all have a vested interest in making the drainage system work efficiently. There's decades of knowledge in the community, in the committee and by the contractors that are employed. We need to use this information. We talk about the council taking back control, allowing consistency, coordination and prioritisation of operations and maintenance, but we're not seeing this happen. They haven't consulted with the people that matter. There's a lot of negative feeling towards the council, especially within the L2 committee. No one knows who to trust as they never get any clear answers. The L2 committee is starting to implode because of this stress. It's now 2026, 3 years after the council took control, and we have a team of people. What are they actually doing? Why is there no communication? And what does CORD do? Where is the reporting? And why are non-classified drains being cleaned? It was interesting to hear the operational team talk about the colossal amount of work they had undertaken in the past 3 months. I don't consider what they did colossal. The work used to take around 2.5 weeks each year and was done by one contractor. Cutting down 4 trees is work, but not a lot. They were small. In 2 days, I could have done it myself. The L2 drainage scheme and weed cutting has always been a priority for the committee. Weed cutting is an annual job. It isn't a backlog of maintenance. It's done every year when the weed is creating an issue. Selwyn District Council approved the work. They paid the bill, and so they should know that it's an annual event, shall we say. Carting away 150 tonne of weed when it's wet is a waste of our ratepayer money. Silage is 20% dry matter, so 80% water when it's cut. Riverweed is closer to 90% water. At this rate, we paid for 135 tonne of water to be carted to Rolleston. We need to let the weed dry before we cart. We could save money. When listening to comments and questions, I noticed that Gareth, Krishan and team have completed 80% of the program. What program? It can't be the drain cleaning in the L2, because at that time only 4 drains had been cleaned. So what is it? The drain cleaning has been staged, and yes, consultation with the acting chair and secretary was taken, but their advice was not. It's great that the surface water team have a map of staging for cleaning. Here it is. It's pretty and coloured, and you may or may not have seen it, but I can hand it round later. My suggestion is this: put it up on the website and publish the expected dates for cleaning. This allows transparency, and then everyone knows when their drain will be cleaned. If the drains are cleaned on time, have a big tick. If they're not, room to explain why. A deluge of rain, the digger blew up, whatever reason, and a new start and completion date. This gives measurable KPIs. I could go on. However, the most important thing is this: our land drainage network is failing. Council and the surface water team need to concentrate on how to fix our stressed scheme. They need to focus on infrastructure, funding, the required consents, and allocating resources to make our drainage scheme function the way it should. I do not believe they need to be messing around with the day-to-day maintenance of our land drainage network. It is failing now. It won't do any better in the future unless we improve the infrastructure and stop more stormwater entering the system. We need solutions. We need consents. We need to desilt. We need culverts to be sized appropriately, and we need to start working on this now. The big question: do we have the funds? How much do we need? Is the L2 scheme currently operating within its budget? Do we tax the developers, and should we tax them more? Should retention ponds be 3 times the size in these subdivisions? Is council ultimately responsible for flooding existing houses if they allow more stormwater to enter into the land drainage scheme? We need to work together to get ready for the future, because that future is now. Could we please have a meeting with the operational team, senior management and councillors to propose and schedule the works that we know need doing? Thank you.
Thank you both. I'll go to councillors now for questions. Denise.
Thank you both. That was a really clear presentation. I'm worried about the number of community groups who come here and speak to us, and the ones that I speak to out around the community who've had issues. It all seems to come back to 2023, so I don't know what happened then. I'm worried about how the individual contractor has been treated in this case. And probably I really want to ask you about, I think you did talk about it a bit, Ev, but can you talk a little bit more about private drains and the impact they have on the council drains, and also the urban development that's gone on around the area, how much you think that is impacting the situation? Thank you.
Okay, you can.
Okay, the private drains, to start with, I'll put it in an urban context. The council owns the stormwater system, and they do a great job of maintaining that. if the landowner, in this case the house owner in town, has block gutters, a block sump, it says on the council website, call a drain layer or a plumber. It's 101 of owning your house, clean your gutters. In a rural context, our gutters are significantly bigger, but they are still gutters. And as long as the actual council drains are working, they should have no effect, really. I mean, they are designed to carry the water away from the private drains. The only time a private drain would need to be, or is of concern, is when the owner won't clean their private drain and their water flows on to the next landowner and floods them. They don't have a real, I mean, of course they have an impact, but it's not a negative impact. It's just what the system's designed to do. We don't need to clean the private drains, just as we don't need to clean the gutters for people. Mm-hmm. Does that answer?
No, that's very clear. Thanks.
Okay. Yep.
The thing that I would add to that is that the L2 was formed, and then for years after they did some upgrading of it along the way. The first whack didn't really get it exactly right, but over years, decades, and property owners then availed themselves of this channel to get rid of surplus surface water on their place. And they fiddled round and figured out, ooh, I can put a drain here and it'll drain in there. And that sort of thing took a whole lot of time, common sort of stuff to happen on a farm. But if they don't, if say it's a 10-acre block now and somebody says, well, no, I can't afford a digger, I'll just leave it, their water just doesn't go into the classified system. And that's why I took issue with the report, saying that that's not really a negative impact. It makes the landowner look pretty stupid, or not looking after their property, or having a lot of bog and so on. The other part to your question was, what's urban water doing? You need to go back to look at how the L2 was formed and why it was formed and who did it serve. And back in those days, agriculture, of course, and an awful lot of commercial farms. But over the years, land use change in all its complexities has changed. There's not that many economic units now, but a lot of the 10-acre blocks are still leased to other fellas and farmers and who take produce and stuff. But what's happened is, with at least 3 very large subdivisions in Lincoln for a start, that water is now being channeled into the L2. And it wasn't designed, as it stood, to take that. And it's still not. And if it's not even maintained to what it originally was, the silt sits there. Underneath the silt there's a really hard layer. If you're a digger driver, you can feel where you hit the really solid stuff. And as I explained, if you do the calculation with a metre and the volume that's in it, if that volume moves down, but it's less if there's a build-up of silt and the weed that's growing on top of it. And the weed does a funny thing. It captures even more silt coming down, some of which, of course, came from the Lincoln Naitahu subdivision. Goodness knows what's going to happen with the next subdivision, but there was an awful lot of silt did come down in there, though the developers said that they were ameliorating that. So I'm not that fussed on any more urban development unless you can have developers who somehow can do something to really fix the L2's capacity, maybe even enlarge it. Mm-hmm. But the water team's idea of an L3 seems to me to be fairyland stuff.
Thanks, Mary. Thanks, Nio. That's really cleared a lot of my questions. And I hope that a solution can be found going forwards, because we can't let what's happened over the last few years keep happening.
Just a note on that. I'm part of the Lake Settlers Association, so you'll see me again on Friday, and we are presenting on that very idea of the stormwater, the urban stormwater is impacting those drains, and we do need to work together pretty quickly, because with the, I think maybe 5,000 houses going into Lincoln, it hasn't actually, it's in progress. There's a hell of a lot more water that will be flying down the L2 and across our properties. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Elizabeth?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Nayo, I appreciate hearing that your dad was on the committee for 21 years and it's been around for 34 years. Those historical records, are they handwritten into books, and are they still available? Because it would certainly be worth, if there's a working group set up to do work on the land drainage, so that we've got exactly what you suggested, which is an entire work program which is repeated year on year. It would be a good foundational start to look at what's been effective over the years, and where they've landed as in that work program that's been cost effective and prioritised. Do you know if those records are available?
I would have to ask the Secretary if they hold them. I'm sure there's information at my mum's place, but since my father has passed on, a lot of it's boxed away, shall we say. But I think there are other people around who will know all this information. I think the Secretary's been there for 10 or 15 years, and maybe the more modern version of it would be better served, because things have changed.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
if I can find it, I will definitely send it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Bruce Fisher had been the secretary prior to about 15, 20 years ago. He wasn't that flash at taking bean counter notes. We're all really focused on getting on with things. And I might say that Messrs. Hill and Fisher and Tyson, they were the three. Unfortunately, all three are not with us now, but they really did get on with it.
Thank you. Questions, Sarah?
Thank you both for being here. Really appreciate your time and the effort that, I've read a few of your accounts, Eve, over the last few months, and, certainly appreciate what you're doing here. I couldn't agree more in terms of we do need to find, obviously, a sustainable way forward for our maintenance plan for the L2. That's a given. That's kind of the bare basics. But I guess one of the things I'm really interested in getting more of your expertise on is understanding that long-term solution. So I guess in your opinion, you've been around the land for all your life. Nayo, aside from development, aside from L2 maintenance, have you seen changes in the conditions that you are farming with that we do need to, I guess what I'm getting to is we need to step back from this and find a long-term solution. So is there other stuff going on that we need to consider?
Oh, there's always other stuff. From my farm's point of view, and I'm sitting there on the edge of the lake, and we do flood, and it's a normal occurrence from water from the lake flooding us, but now water from the L2 is also flooding us from the other end. And a thought is the block of land which we used to call the dock block, which is 600 acres, which runs alongside the river, is now a wetland. Yeah, it's wetland. It used to be farmed and it was clear, and the spring holes on it used to be drained out to the lake. Now there's no drainage there, and the overflow that used to go from the L2, there was an overflow that ran onto that property. And there's no overflow there now. It's not maintained, it's not cleaned. And the land itself is wet all the time. So when the L2's flooding, it used to flood out there, and it gave capacity and room for it to spread out where it didn't really matter. But now that's wet all the time, so it can't go there. And perhaps we could approach DOC or whomever owns it now and say, can we start to use that again? Can we drain the spring holes so there is some capacity there for the water? Most of all, we probably do need to desilt along the river and out to the lake.
Thank you. Tracy?
Just to clarify, the water runoff that's coming through Lincoln is going eventually into the L2. Okay. Last week, we were advised by the developer at Earlsbrook that the water engineering that they're doing is going to reduce the runoff by 50%. Once the houses are built, runoff through their system will be reduced by 50% from what it was when it was just farmland. Is that surprising to you?
Yeah, it's rubbish.
Okay. Now, I think, in fairness to the developer, what he may have meant was that what they're doing may slow the water on its travel down to the L2. Now, that's not what he said, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that perhaps he got his words wrong. But the slowing down of it, 24-hour, 48-hour retention ponds, etc., is that going to do enough to alleviate the problems at your end, leaving aside that we could have rain events that blow all of that out of the water, no pun intended? So what I guess I'm asking is, to your thing about the retention ponds being bigger, etc., is that something that we're not doing enough about to help alleviate the speed of that and the volume all at once, excuse me for not being technical, of that water coming down when we create roofs and concrete where there used to be land? I hope you understand what I'm asking.
Yes, I do. And I think the answer lies with Archimedes, that if you've already got a pond that's full of water, or even some of it, I know for a fact with the Lincoln, the old Lincoln Dairy Farm, there was a whole lot of spluttering springs. And when they created the ponds, they scrape the tops off them so that they run. They don't splutter, they run. Previously, it really was. I worked there when I was a student. But if you've got ponds that are even half full, Archimedes says that any water coming in here is going to go out the other end. You know, if you go and jump in the bath when it's full.
Eureka.
Yes, exactly. So that would be my comment there.
I have a comment that Earlsbrook comes out onto Collins Road, and I know they've done some work down there, and we're talking about stopping the flow or retaining the water. But the pipes that are coming out of there, we got out and had a measure of 1.05 metres, large pipes. They don't look to me like they're going to reduce the flow of water. They look like they're going to come crashing out of there. If they'd like to reduce the flow of water coming out of those retention ponds, put a 200 mil pipe and let it come out slowly. And I admit we can't, like with the retention ponds, you can't really go deeper because we have groundwater issues. So then we need to go wider and quite, if you've looked at the map of Earlsbrook, there's a very large map like this of houses, and then there's this little tiny thing here called a retention pond, and it is not going to be able to retain the water coming off those roofs when it's raining. And that's okay as long as it's not a significant rain event and then we're all underwater. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I recognise this is a big discussion, and I think we've got a long way to go, and so I have allowed extra time, so we've been at 30 minutes for a public forum, so I'm sorry, Aaron, for that. But look, I think we've got a lot to work together, and I think partnership is our way forward. And so I thank you, Eve, Naio and Murray, for coming in today, and we'll address this at the end of the meeting today. So
thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll get a response to you, and I look forward to working with you, you all in the future too. So thank you very much for your time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you. Next up at Public Forum, we have Zoran Rakovic. And so please come to the table, Zoran. You're a dedicated man. You have not missed a public forum yet. And so welcome back. And I think you know the drill here. Zoran, right-hand button, and over to you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors. They say that behavior follows incentive. I feel very welcome here and I keep coming back. So thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to ask for Council's practical support for a community-led Rural Health Action Group's initiative. I have already spoken with Health New Zealand. They are supportive of local communities mobilizing to evaluate current services, identify gaps and pressure points, and report back in a structured way. Importantly, the questionnaire has already been agreed with Health New Zealand. That means this is not a vague idea. It is ready to move. The purpose is simple. Before formal Health New Zealand consultation begins, we want Selwyn's rural communities to provide fresh, real-world evidence about what is actually happening on the ground. Not assumptions, not stale Wellington spreadsheets, not isolated complaints from individuals. Instead, each rural community would gather responses, discuss the findings locally, and produce a consolidated community report for Health New Zealand. That matters because Selwyn is not one community. Darfield is not Lincoln, Taitapu is not Leeston, Glen Tunnel is not Rolleston. Each area has different pressures: GP access, transport, after-hours care, pharmacy access, mental health support, elderly care, young families, emergency response, and the simple question of how far people must travel when they're unwell. We also need to hear from everyone, the young and the old, the healthy and the sick, the computer savvy and those who still prefer paper, the confident voices and the quiet households who rarely attend public meetings. That is why this must be organized locally. People are more likely to speak honestly when the process is close to home and led by people they recognize. I'm not asking Council to take over this initiative. In fact, it should remain community-led. That is where its credibility comes from. But Council can help make it successful. Council has reach, it has venues, it has communication channels. It understands local communities. It can help us reach people who would otherwise be missed. In general terms, I'm asking Council to support this work by helping with promotion, access to venues, printing and distribution of paper questionnaires, demographic and mapping information, and recognition of the final community reports as legitimate local input. This does not require a large budget. It requires goodwill, practical assistance, and a shared commitment to making sure Health New Zealand hears from Selwyn properly. If we do this well, Health New Zealand's initial thinking will be shaped by fresh evidence from real communities before its formal frameworks harden into place. That is the opportunity. This is constructive assistance to Health New Zealand. It is Selwyn saying, before you design services for us, here is what our communities are actually experiencing and expecting. This is a modest ask, but it could make a major difference. Help us make sure rural Selwyn is heard clearly, fairly, and before the decisions are already halfway made. Thank you. I have prepared a short addendum outlining practical ways Council could assist, and I will leave this with you after this presentation.
Thank you, Zoran. I appreciate you leaving your information here for us to consider. Are there any questions for Zoran? And so first up, I have Elizabeth.
Hi, Zoran.
Hello.
I noticed that you were handing out your leaflets the other day. Did you manage to get them to everybody that entered the building to the Leeston Whataora health meeting?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
How many responses have you had from that?
To be honest, I didn't look, but I can look and come back to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. Sarah.
Thank you, Zoran. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Really important that the community voice is being heard through Ellesmere and Darfield areas in particular. But I guess question will be is how can we ensure that whatever information we collect at our end is going to be the appropriate, useful information to inform decisions at Health New Zealand end.
I already spoke with relevant people at Health New Zealand, and we have come to a conclusion that there is a particular list of questions they want answered, and I've got those questions, and they will be given to the local groups to spread into communities and then collate into reports, and that will be fed back to Health New Zealand.
Denise.
Oh, thanks, Soren. It's not a question, but thank you for doing that work, and I look forward to your list of suggestions of how council can help as well. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Zoran. We appreciate you taking time out of your day to come here and speak to us, and I look forward to seeing the other information that you have and getting a response back to you.
Thank you. It is always a pleasure.
Thank you. Councillors, we did have Ian Connor about the Ellesmere Reserve Board, but that public forum has been transferred into June. And so we will move on to the Mayor's report, which is tab 6. And look, I think I've added into here a bit of a looking ahead piece of the things that are coming up. To share with our community as well the things that are coming in front of us. And noting that May is going to be a significant month for us with hearings, deliberations, there is, and the new information that has been dropped on us around the Head Start for amalgamation and simplification proposals. And so just recognising the heavy workload that you are all actually under, and thanking you for the work that you're all doing for council. I think the important thing that has sort of resonated with me recently is our LTP and how important it is that we cement our LTP and do a really good job of making sure that our community outcomes are visible and that for our foreseeable future. So I think the one thing I'm looking at is continuity for this district and our people. And so I'm really happy to take questions for my report. I'll take it as read. You've all got it there. Are there any questions? There be none. I'm happy to move my report. Is there a seconder for that? Aaron? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried. Thank you. Next up, we have verbal updates from chairpersons of committees. And so first on my list, I have Finance and Performance Committee. Aaron, is there anything that you would like to update us on?
Just quickly, last meeting we talked about the election costs and got a little bit more information from the finance team. Alison and team have since sent a little bit more detailed explanation in writing, so I've circulated that to councillors, and as noted in the Mayor's report, the funding facility that we've used to enable us to reduce debt and stop holding as much cash has been actioned. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Aaron. Councillor Wilshire is not with us here today, and I note Councillor McLeod is just out talking to the Land Drainage Committee, and she was going to give an update on audit and risk. I know that we've got Sophie here, but she probably doesn't have the list that Sam has left. So I might go to Evan, if that's okay, and then we can do... Oh, Sam's online. Sam, let's wait. Let's bring Evan to the table, if that's okay, if I just do a slight shuffle round. So Evan, please... Welcome, Mr. Chair. Nice to have you back. You're welcome. Please just push the right-hand button, and when the mic glows red, you're on. There you go. Over to you.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor Lydia and councillors and staff. You had a change of person last time with Bex standing in for me at very short notice, but I know she'd done a good job. This briefing today is, I'm conscious of time running away for everybody, but we've been busy with working with the district getting the submission in. It's taken a lot of time, and you will be aware that John Very took no part in it because I understand he's on some committee to. So I think we had 3 Zoom meetings on it because we were down with Bex away. We're down to only 4 of us to get it out. So, but we have got a submission going to council, and I won't be at that submission when it's being heard because I've got a funeral to go to. One of the chaps I was the best man for, he's passed on. So you've got 3 members of the committee, down to 3, are going to just briefly make a comment on the board's submission. Now, one thing that we did have from the CEO's report, we had a planning document presentation to us, and I just forget the staff people that presented it, but it was very enlightening, and it talked about the Darfield population growing to 3,614, and in 2036, 4,600, and then 6,400 another 20 years' time. But following that meeting, following the last board meeting, we went to the Health New Zealand meeting held at the Darfield High School Hall, and you yourself were there and some other people there. And the information, it's been talked about today, the information that was being used by the professionals was completely out of date. And Zoran, he's talked about having a local thing going, and we've got board member Peacock, who really wants to get a trust going, and we're talking with him and saying, well, look, there's got to be a concerted approach to this thing, and we've already got a trust there. Why can't we expand what the trust can do and get on with getting this Darfield health system working? But I've got a question that you might not ask or want me to ask, but the Darfield medical practice has been sold to the new owners. The council owns the building sitting on health board land. Am I right? Okay. In the agreement between council and the doctor's practice, is there any mention of that they must provide service to the hospital? Because they're not doing it at the moment, and I just wondered if that can be. Is it a breach of the lease document? That's what I'm trying to get at, or was the lease never had that in it?
It's my understanding, and I'm very happy to be corrected if I am wrong, that we don't stipulate in our leases what a business can and can't do. It is hard, and I understand that. It's something I questioned as well, of how much overreach do we have into a business that we are leasing a building to, and I hear your disappointment.
All right, well,
service provision.
It's been addressed, so I mean, that's all right. But that's the problem. The only one person in the hospital and capability of looking after 8 to 10 people, and that is the issue we've got with all these Leaston, Darfield, Oxford, Waikari, and it's just ridiculous when a local chap was sent to Waikari for the last few days, and because it's still only one at Darfield, so it just takes sense. Anyway, it was very good to get that information from our planning documents to say about the district, and we were using the information that we didn't have before just a few hours later. All right, so that's about on the Anzac Day wreath. I took down to Greendale, and first time I've been to a later wreath at Anzac Day service. I wasn't sure if I was meant to say anything or not, and the brigadier said, "We'll say something." So I just told him, outlined him, that the Frew family had been in Greendale since a couple of years behind the Adams. So, and we've got cousins there still. And 3 of my grandfather's brothers went to the war, First World War. 3 came back. three of my mother's Tweed family went to the war, and one came back. So we know about wars and Anzac Days and things like that. So at our last meeting, we had a briefing from Aged Concern at Darfield, and that was very well received. They say what they're doing there has been funded by council, but I'm not sure how long it's going to be funded for, but they're quite, Darfield, things going well where some others not going so well. We've also been doing a lot of work on the Melbourne Community Board's awards, getting ready for that in October. Member Samuel, she led that, and we've had some Zoom meetings on that too, so we've got a draft for that going forward. And Sister City, we're working away with that. This year, we are expected to take or have some people going to Yabitso. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to get 2 people to go with the Sister City thing from the volunteers for Darfield, so we might ask for, we might spread it a bit beyond the community board, if you like, but we have to get onto that straight away, and because people pay their own costs, so we're still waiting. John Very has updated us on the speed talks with the Sheffield and Kirwi communities. It's been agreed that they will be reviewed, but as yet they haven't been confirmed when and how much. But that's progress. I was concerned about in the submission process about the Whitecliffs Bridge. Now, the board unanimously agreed for the costings where the project to proceed, but I've got a private submission in, and I'll talk to that tomorrow. I think it is tomorrow, because. But I want to just say this here today, that there's another option that could be looked at, but the existing agreement between the township committee, if you like, and the users of the road, is that the full trucks don't go through Whitecliffs. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. So there could be a change. If there's a new bridge there, you might have heavy traffic going through rather than going down. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. But what I was really concerned was that when we're making the submissions, we hadn't been updated by council as to where the whole process with Becca was. And I think we only got it really at last moment, even after perhaps John Very gave it to us, perhaps after the submission closed. Whereas the Whitecliffs Township Committee got it given to them on Monday night. So there's a breakdown somewhere between the flow of information from council to the people that need to make it happen or need to know what's going on. So anyway, that's our summary of our things. We've got the Sister City thing, we've got the Yabitsu tour to organise, and our submissions in. So I'm quite happy to ask any questions about the board.
Thank you, Evan. I look forward to working with you and people in our community around the challenges we have with health provision in our rural community. So I think we've got some work to do in that space. And don't you worry, I am in constant contact with NZTA over
Sheffield.
how we're going and when we can expect to see that implemented. So it's something that I won't let slip. In that space. And so are there any questions for Evan? And first up I have Elizabeth.
Thank you, Evan. My first question's pertaining to the health situation there, and I think there was a fair question that you asked in the beginning around the lease agreement. Do you know if anyone's had a personal meeting or had a conversation with the current doctor that runs that practice, and if he's actually aware of the situation that's been faced and the the example that you gave. Do you know if he's personally aware of those concerns?
Well, it's a public company that owns it, so it's a bit hard to. And I don't know if anyone had talked to him.
I do actually. NZ Health New Zealand have been in contact with Green Cross trying to negotiate a contract to provide those services.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. I'll leave it there and wait for your submission.
Cool. Thank you, and I'm sorry to hear that you won't be with us tomorrow and...
Well, I'll be there tomorrow, but not on Friday.
Not on Friday,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, so.
Well, thank you, and condolences to you. I'm sorry to hear about your friend. So,
Thank you.
Thank you for taking time out of your day
No
to
problem.
come here, Evan. Much appreciated. Councillors, Sam, are you online with us? You are. Cool. I'll hand over to Councillor Wilshire, the Deputy Chair of Audit and Risk, just to give us an update of the last Audit and Risk meeting.
Awesome. Hello, everybody. During our Audit and Risk Committee meeting, we covered the ARC work program, business continuity team status report, health and safety and wellbeing update, which unfortunately showed an uptick of staff counselling services, which will result in an increase reflected in spend that is over budgeted. Sensitive expenditure reporting, including gifts or kohas. Risk management update, including risk dashboards, internal audit report, a treasury report, which was reasonably in depth, which showed by June we will have a reduction of 75 million in debt, reducing current debt from 300.09 million to 225 million, which is great news and even better when compared to the estimated debt volume in the long-term plan of this date of being 346. So great work, team. And an in-depth legal and compliance report. And yeah, that's us.
Cool. Are there any questions for Sam on audit and risk? Sarah?
Just that, sorry, health and safety part about counsellor services. Could you give a wee bit more detail, please, Sam?
So in the internal system that SDC currently runs, there's been more of an uptick in people actually engaging for counselling services amongst staff. So the question was raised during the meeting of whether or not this was more of a utilisation because it's more well known to staff, or if it was undue stress. And from my understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected by any of the other members in the chamber, it was possibly a bit of both. So good while also not being good.
Can you explain a bit more about how the debt has gone down by so much? And is that anything to do with transferring across to SWL, or how has that worked out?
Awesome, good question. And I love talking about it. So yeah, we've got a large portion of the debt coming back from SWL, and then when we freed up cash on hand for the standby facility as well, that should be coming out in June or July. So it's we're knocking back, we're chipping away at the mountain. So
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Sam.
Sarah just had a supplementary.
Just
for
a
you, Sam.
wee supplementary on the counselling. What happens next in terms of understanding that a wee bit more?
in regards to the health and
Counsellor
safety.
services, yeah.
Yeah, so in this report, it wasn't really displayed, but it was just a side note. But I thought it was of key importance that I bring it up in this report. So the health and safety and wellbeing team will come back to us with more details. But
Great. Can you just fire that round once you get that, please?
100%.
Thank you, sir. Ta.
Cool, thanks. I think Michael can give a bit of an update
add
on
a
that
little
too.
bit to that. I just wasn't quick enough to get in before the deck got everyone overexcited. The there is a bit of a mixture of things going on. As you'll see in the Chief Executive's report, we've got a couple of change processes running through the organisation at the moment, and even when done well, they create uncertainty, and we've also made sure that those services are available to people who are going through some of those change processes directly or are affected. I think, as the councillor said, it's sort of a bit of a plus and a minus. Like, we're really glad that people are taking advantage of these paid services, and we also have some unpaid services that we run internally, which are also getting busier as well. So people are reaching out to get support when they need it, which I think is really healthy. But there is some, and it's a very uncertain time we're all living in, probably more so in the last week or two than possibly it has been for a while. So we're expecting that uncertainty to also mean people are more worried about things. So there may be ongoing need for a higher level of support for a wee while.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for the update, Sam. Appreciate you being online for that. The resolution I have there is that Council receives the updates from chairpersons for information. Is there a mover for that? Sarah, and a seconder? Sophie. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, call it carried. Next up, we have Interim Chief Executive Report on tab 8. So I'll hand over to Steve.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take the report as read, just a couple of comments. Firstly, our draft annual plan submission, which we're looking for a retrospective endorsement today from Council. That followed a period of feedback from councillors, and we just had one bit of feedback, so there are submissions attached there. In touching on the second part, which is just building on the conversation around our people, there's a couple of big things coming up. We're firstly entering into a collective bargaining period again with PSA. And as Michael's identified, there are a couple of change processes that are at varying stages, so we just wanted to share where those are at. One is largely completed and the other is nearing the end of completion. But as Michael said too, that is with all the other things that have come on to local government sector in the last week or so, there is a bit of change out there, and so there is a little bit of anxiety through our organisation. In terms of the things that we're doing, we have then also finalised our people strategy, which talks to the environment and the culture and the place that we want to create for our staff, and also the connection to our health, safety and wellbeing platform to make sure that all of the things that we're committing to do and are committed to do as a good employer are things that we are putting in place and we can action. And it was great to hear Sam articulate and be able to talk to that story from the audit and risk meeting last week. But yeah, I'm happy to take any questions.
Cool. Thank you. For questions, I've got Elizabeth.
First question, PSA. I'm not familiar with that.
Public Service Association.
So is that basically a union?
Union, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously we're in a position where there's been a huge amount particularly around the campaign around staff payments, staff wages, and the escalation of that in local government, and that's been exemplified publicly through quite a lot of articles and things being circulated. So I guess my question here is, do the unions come around every year and there's an expectation to then renegotiate an increase in people's pay? How does that look? What's the final result? And what do we as governance go back to the community with when we're questioned with that on the street?
Quite a few questions in that one, Councillor. Look, our obligation is to enter into good faith bargaining with the union, and the way in which we've set this up with the PSA for some years is it's on an annual basis. So it's set annually. We receive the claims from the union. We equally share our claims with the union about the things that we'd like to have changed, and we enter it in good faith. And then as a result, what happens is once we enter into that negotiation period, our team negotiate with the union, and then we advise the council once that negotiation has been completed through the Chief Executive's report. And so we're hoping, much like previous years, that we'd do that towards the end of this calendar year. And that's then the information that you can take out there.
Do we have an option to say that we're not going to negotiate and we're going to just do in-house work and not work with the PSA?
Look, I think all options are on the table, but that result would likely end in a fairly swift and equally blunt response.
In terms of the change process update, I was wondering if you could give me a little bit more of an understanding around that, because obviously you've had commenced consultation. Is that just internally within the teams that are affected, or within the organisation, or wider to that? So what's this looking to deliver?
Yeah, so sort of as with each change process, we're committed to running a fair and transparent process for our staff, so that we give them a proposal. We set out what we're proposing to change, why we're proposing to change it, and we give our staff a chance to comment. And in these two change proposals, the proposals have gone directly to those affected staff only. We have let the wider organisation know through my CEO updates. And then we've taken on board the feedback, and these proposals are at different stages. So we've at the very end of concluding the change proposal for the strategy policy function, and we're nearing the end of the digital function. Both have got very similar drivers in making sure that our organisation and our staffing structures are fit for the future challenge. The strategy and policy change was designed to make us more agile and responsive to the reforms that are coming through, and that is, I think, the outcome that we've got out of that change process. And the digital transformation is looking to ensure that we have the right skills and capability within the existing organisation, FTE, to address and to meet the ongoing changing demands of AI and technology platforms. That both changes seek to make council more efficient.
Great. People strategy. Are we going to be receiving a briefing on what that means, or some kind of introduction to what you guys have achieved through this launch, and what we can expect to see as governors and throughout the organisation, what the changes are going to look like?
Yeah, this is a very operational strategy, but I'm happy to bring a briefing back to council to let you know what this looks like, and in partnership with health, safety and wellbeing strategy as well.
Thank you.
Denise.
Oh, thanks, Steve. I just wanted to put my support in for the use of the PSA to get open, transparent processes run for the staff, and I know that they will have wellbeing support as well for the staff. It's always going to be hard because we've all asked for lower rates and, to rationalise staffing, but it needs to be done in the best possible way for everyone. Thank you.
And I can just give the councillors some confidence that we don't just talk to the union every time we start bargaining, that our people team in contact with the PSA on a regular basis, just as this is what's going on for us, what are you hearing about your workers?
Reece.
Thank you, Steve. Just moving on to the Emergency Management Agency. Council's position on this, I know it's about, nothing's going to change so much for us. Is that the underlying?
No, the underlying theme that I've heard from Al is that this is just more tightening the ship, and I don't think there's going to be too much in it for us. But once the group have done their analysis, we'll share that around the council so you can see what the group's position is.
So the clarity is to speed up the process of getting to a state of emergency with less phone calls and less interaction. Is that
that's the guts of it.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thanks. We'll bring it back after CDM, and I'll share that information through, and we can make a call whether we want to pull information out of that and put our own submission in there with our support. So we'd sent it to him as soon as we'd received this. So he is well across all of that. Cool. There've been no other questions. We've got a couple of resolutions in front of us just to receive for information and then retrospectively endorse the submission made to Canterbury Museum on the annual plan. Is there a mover for the two resolutions? Big Red, and a seconder, Aaron. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, call it carried. Thank you. Next up, we are on tab 9, which is rates remediation, rates reset. We will break when we get to time. So we are actually only 1 hour and 10 minutes into a council meeting. Wonderful. So thank you, Alison and Sophie. We have at the front table here. I will hand over to you to talk to the report.
Thank you, Lydia, and good morning. So the purpose of this report is really a formal process to reset the rates. I will hand over to Sophie to talk to the steps that we need to go through, and if there are any more detailed questions on rates, we've got ACSHA on the sidelines as well.
Yeah, so essentially this is just the formal part of the decision that was made at the last meeting. So this is formally resetting the rates resolution that was made in June last year to reset that general rate factor. We have completed the required steps. This council made the decision last meeting. We've issued the notice, which went into the Selwyn Times, and now the last step is essentially resolution 3. See there, changing that factor on page 85 of the annual plan for this financial year. So the revised invoices have gone out, credits have been issued to those people, and then the other matters in the remediation process, such as interest, where there's been property sales, all of that is in the process of being given effect to. So this is the formal legal step, and we're still working on the remediation in the background. So.
Thank you. I have just a slight question. I wonder, it's almost an update question of how many people are you hearing from that have been through the process of selling their house and having to sort out where that sits for them?
I can't actually recall the number of houses, and we do have ACSHA sitting here.
We have almost 1,600 properties that have been sold.
So 1,600 properties that have been sold. So those are the ones that we're looking for them to apply for the refund for the previous owner.
Cool. Good luck. It's a fair amount, but look, I know I've had my Q4 bill and can see very clearly where the credits sit, and so it's very clear, I think, for our community on that process. Alison. No, you're all good. So, councillors, this is as per standing orders, this is a chance to ask any questions we need of clarification, and then I'll look for a mover, seconder, and if there's any discussion, we can have that there. Is there any questions of the team? So we have Reece.
No, I don't have any questions. I would move. This has been a very comprehensive process, and I'm very confident that the remediations are in place on scale. So thank you very much for that. So I would move that all resolutions together be accepted.
Great. Is there a seconder for that? I've got Sarah. Is there any further discussion on this? Oh, I've got Sam online.
Hi team, thank you. I just wanted to ask, because I'm continuously being asked, what assurances do we have that this isn't going to happen carrying on into the future? I know everybody's, we're still only human. And also, quite often I'm asked, well, how can we be sure that it hasn't happened in previous years as well?
We'll go to Alison for that.
Thanks, Sam. So I'll answer your question, your second part first. So in terms of that assurance around what has happened in the past, so that assurance comes through from Audit New Zealand, who audit the annual report, of which rates forms part of that. In terms of the internal controls around making sure this does not happen again, so we've put in play a review process within the team. So we have a person who is actually doing the work, a person who will be peer reviewing it, and a final person who will be signing it off as well. That will encompass both the finance team and, for completeness, the legal team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Is there any further discussion on this? Look, I think this is a great outcome. We told our community what had happened, and we've gone back and said what the problem was. The problem's been found, it's fixed, protocols going in place, and I think there's also the good things that are happening here is solving the challenges that we have and being public with our community about it. So I think this is great. This is the final part of that to clean this up, and I acknowledge all the work that has gone into this because it's not been a simple thing, and the rates team are doing a lot of work, so I'm grateful for the work you're doing in this for our community. So we have a mover and a seconder. There'll be no more discussion. I'll put it to the vote, so all those in favour please say aye. Against? Call it carries. Thank you, team. Cool, so next up is tab 10, which is a decision on variation 4 of the partially operative district plan. And so we have John and Emma here. No Jeff today, who I have on my list. So I'll hand over to the both of you.
Good. Morena, I'd just like to introduce you to John Trewin. He is a policy planner in our RMA policy team. He's been with us for
since 2020.
Yeah, so really involved in the district plan review, and he has been the planner assigned to assess variation 4, which is a private plan change request to the district plan. So he's going to talk you through the resolution.
So this is a relatively small private plan change, which you can see on page 38. It's just 2 little sites, comprising 17 hectares, and essentially it sort of fills in the area west of Whedon's Road and east of Lincoln-Rolleston Road. So it's those two sites that are not zoned medium density residential, which will, if approved, will be zoned medium density residential. And so it has gone through the formal Schedule 1 process, and the Commissioner assigned to hear submissions on variation 4 made a recommendation, which is attached to the report, and the recommendation was to approve variation 4 subject to some recommended amendments. And the resolution before you is to accept the Commissioner's recommendation and incorporate it into the partially operative district plan.
Cool, so councillors, this is a time to ask questions of Emma and John that you have in here, and I have one around this, and reading the report and the recommendation from the Commissioner, there's a lot of information regarding resource consenting, and my question is what happens to that information that is in there, and who holds that when it comes time for resource consent for the rezoned land? Is that held by us, or are we relying on the landowner or developer to bring that information forward at resource consent time?
The information that is come out through this plan change process. So a lot of the outcome of the plan change process is through the development area maps and narrative. So that contains quite a lot of information on what expectations are for the resource consenting, including staging requirements and infrastructure requirements. And when a resource consent is prepared, they will need to give effect to the narrative in the development areas. So it will all get picked up then.
Great, thank you. We'll go questions. Denise.
Hi, thanks for that. Can you tell us that categorically that there won't be any cost to current ratepayers in relation to additional infrastructure demand that these subdivisions will impose? I know they're small compared to other ones that have gone on. Because it's not, when reading the Commissioner's stance, it's not convincing that there's educational support, that there's roading support, that there's water infrastructure support beyond the subdivisions. It seems to be a recurring theme that we are asking about time and time again. So is there a way that you can tell us that this isn't going to cost our current ratepayers?
Well, we do have a development contribution policy, and they will be required to pay development contributions towards those matters that are within the development contribution policy, so servicing, infrastructure, community facilities and the like. In terms of educational facilities, I understand they are working with the Ministry of Education about a future demand and forward planning for that. So that is what I would say in regard to that. I don't know if there's a wider question, Emma, about development. I could just say in relation to this is the process that we have for these types of plan changes, that it is expected that growth will pay for growth in the future, and we do have in place a development contributions policy.
I just worry because growth will pay for growth hasn't quite worked out for us yet, and we still keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, and I'm still not getting any response about targeted rates or any extra. I know there's DCs, but they don't seem to cover, they obviously cover what's within the subdivision, but what's covering the infrastructure required across the wider district.
So development contributions, all of the infrastructure within the site is funded and provided by the developer.
Yeah.
And so development contributions contribute to the capital cost of upgrading the wider network in response to growth. The technical expertise that we will have received from the infrastructure engineers will have considered whether there is funding in the long-term plan or other network upgrades that will sort of capture this, and the funding for those upgrades comes from the development contributions that are paid.
So with regards to, I mean, there are a couple of intersection upgrades that are quite important. The Whedon's Road, Selwyn Road, and Lincoln Rolleston Road, Selwyn Road. And obviously there has to be a national share because it can't all be local share. But the development contributions from this rezoning would be expected to go towards the contributing towards those upgrades for those intersections.
Okay. So is there, I don't know, through this report, is there an infrastructure impact assessment that shows us exactly what this development will mean in costs and where that money is coming from for the additional loading on infrastructure? I just worry because existing ratepayers are being expected to cover a portion of the infrastructure for upgrades, e.g. those intersections you've just talked about. And will this and the other subdivisions, will it collectively meet the full cost, or are we going to end up behind still?
I mean,
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, I just think with regards to those intersections, I mean, there is a big funding cost. I think it may be something in the region of $20 million, but don't quote me on that. It might be a question for the transport team. Mm-hmm. Obviously, a large part of that funding will need to come from central government through the National Land Transport Fund. But a key part of that, of funding those, will be the collecting development contributions from those development areas. because they're obviously a key factor in the increased loading of those intersections.
Okay. Do I get a chance to say something else later when it's not questions?
Yeah, you get to have your
Okay.
your statement, your debate, your discussion.
Okay, I'll save that for then, thanks, because I don't want to be accused of torturing staff or anything. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Aaron.
Thanks. Just a question, just to bring my knowledge up to speed. 2.59 on page 55, which is in the Commissioner's report, they agree that the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land is not relevant, and I'm not seeking to relitigate that, but that's based upon the land already having been identified for urban development prior to that policy statement coming out. I'm just curious, who would have identified that land prior to the policy statement coming out? Do you know?
So it was identified in a previous, in the Rolleston Structure Plan as suitable for, in a spatial plan for further development, subject to the, undergoing a plan change process. In the proposed district plan notified in October 2020, it was identified as an urban growth overlay, based on the fact that it was previously identified in the Rolleston Structure Plan. So it has been identified for quite a while, and the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land does exclude those areas that have been identified.
So Council, through their various processes, said that would be a suitable area that we agree that development should occur or could occur.
It's a suitable, in principle, it's a suitable area for development to occur, subject to undergoing a full plan change process.
Yeah. No, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Elizabeth.
Yeah, there's quite a bit to unpack in this, but I totally support where Denise is going, the impact on this, and I'm just wondering, if you're able to give me some insight, how does this work now that Selwyn Water bear the brunt of a fair bit of the infrastructure going into that over there? How do these conversations happen? Because it's not all happening internally within this council table now, so how can we hear back from Selwyn Water what they think about the infrastructure costs that they're going to have to front up on this? Because we're making a decision almost on their behalf in a sense.
What I can say is that Selwyn Water were obviously important players in this, and they were subject matter experts who we consulted in writing the report and understanding whether servicing could occur. In terms of your sort of wider question, I don't know, is that something you might be able to answer, Emma, about those sort of wider conversations with Selwyn Water about?
Yeah, obviously the serviceability of a proposal in terms of wastewater and water supply is a really important question in any process where we're deciding where urban development can occur. This plan change, my understanding is that it was kind of happening when we were assessing it when the transition to Selwyn Water was occurring, but they've definitely fed into the assessment of this process, and I think the outcome must have been that the site is serviceable for those for that infrastructure. Going forward, obviously Selwyn Water will be a very important part for any future considerations. We will be engaging with them directly and seeking their assessment or evaluation in writing. We'd also expect that applicants, before they even get to us, are engaging with Selwyn Water to figure out what the requirements will be to service their proposals.
Selwyn Water in a position to give a recommendation or to say that they do or don't recommend based on the costs to the ratepayers?
Yes, absolutely. We would expect that any advice they give us, if it's that it can't be serviced, that's crystal clear, or that it can't be serviced within sort of a reasonable time frame, probably a 10-year time frame, since that's the life of a district plan. If that funding is not available to provide the infrastructure that's necessary, then we'd expect that advice is crystal clear and would be built into the planner's assessment and the commissioner's assessment.
And is that information in the future able to be put into these reports for us to then have that overview of where they stand on a decision and with the impact costs, so that the council's making a more fulsome decision?
Yeah, no, 100% we can include that, and I believe that information will all be public on the website already, but we'll make sure that it's fed into these types of reports as well.
Okay, because that's probably one of the major considerations here. Looking at the map, thank you for putting the address and things in there, so I'm able to go on my Google Maps and work it out. But we're obviously talking about blue-green networks and trying to understand where that's going to lie. And so I think it would also be nice in the reports if we have, in the future, if we don't have that stuff identified now, where council's ideal blue-green networks are, so we can see the proximity to this, but also the areas that we may have designated for retaining the rural aspects for food security, etc. Because otherwise we're just going to have creep by default without sort of that known planning. And obviously we're moving into the area/town/spatial plans overlay. So if those can be included in the reports to give us a stronger direction of the decisions we're making at the time, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Sarah?
Yeah, just hopefully a reasonably quick question. So in terms of land drainage, the recommendations, the submissions that were heard by the Commissioner, it seems that sort of obviously the Commissioner looks at this project in isolation. So where is it that we are able to take account for the various variations to the partially operative district plan and see kind of drainage impact as a whole of these various changes?
So I think there's. I did talk to the stormwater and drainage team about this particular variation and others as well, because we've also got variation 5, and there is quite a bit of work going on in that space with master planning. So that might be that with future. But particularly with variation 5, which is going through the process, we can include more information there about the wider drainage and catchment issues.
Yeah, I guess it's about understanding, the downstream risk, literally, of what we're doing, and making sure that we are accounting for, these individual decisions as a whole, and making sure that is able to be readily taken into account for any future decisions that are being made around the space.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we could. Yeah, I mean, stormwater and drainage are key considerations for these plan changes. I think with variation 4. That was raised as an issue, and I'm pretty sure in variation 5 there are submissions as well on drainage and issues on the downstream on the catchment. So it will certainly be something that will need to be addressed.
And so when the Commissioner, are we able to put that in a way that the Commissioner has to consider that when they are looking at the individual projects?
So we would have had input into this process from our surface water team, and that assessments, I'm guessing, not raised any significant concern with the development of this land for urban purpose. So that information is in the mix. It will be in advice received by John from the infrastructure team. So it's just probably not reflected in the report before you.
I think yes, and the discharge to land will have to be picked up through a consent to ECAN as well. So I think the expectation was that the technical solution that they propose will be subject to further scrutiny through a regional consent.
Okay.
But yeah, in terms of that wider impact, I understand there is work going on at the moment with the stormwater surface water team.
Cool.
In terms of master planning and catchment management planning.
Thank you, John. Thanks, Emma.
Thank you. Questions, Race?
G'day, how we going? Nice to meet you, John. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for this. I note the pedestrian roading and access along the frontage. Does that just go for the width of the subdivision, and that goes to nowhere. And so has that been accountable that we're going to get the pressure to link that up all the way down Whedon's Road or all the way back around? It just seems a little bit...
So the proposed footpath ends at the bottom of rezoning Site 2 on Whedon's Road. Reed's Pit is just a little bit further along. So it is possible in future that there may be some pressure to extend it just along the frontage of that private house that's not part of rezoning Site 2. However, the rezoning Site 2 will include direct access into Reed's Pit.
From the back?
Yes, from the back, without relying going on down Whedon's Road. It is possible that there may be some pressure in the future to extend it slightly further down past that private dwelling, but there are alternative access points.
I appreciate that, but the point being that the path goes to nowhere currently under the proposal.
Under the proposal, it goes to the boundary of that private dwelling that's not incorporated into the rezoning area. Yeah.
Does planning take into account that this is, you know, it just seems a little bit pointless, but maybe it should be encountered. I would suggest, to go further, I would suggest that it's discussed and we come in through the back because that's a cheaper option. But for the developer, it would be enforced that goes through to Reed's Pit to make that connection. That's just
I guess it sort of just reflects that with these sorts of processes, we expect the frontage is upgraded with footpaths and curb and channel upgrades, but usually not. I think they were able to demonstrate. We were concerned about access to Reed's Pit, and they were able to demonstrate that there was going to be access from Reed's Pit through the rezoning Site 2 through other means. So yeah, it does. I agree. At the moment, it does end at that point.
Cool. So in this, does planning? It's been touched on by my colleagues, but to make it really clear to me, does planning assess the costs of the water into the site and the sewer off the site? Is that part of your assessment? Do you have a budget from SWL for the sewer pump station to take it away as it's listed, and do you have a budget for the water pipe to that boundary?
The planning department doesn't have those budgets. We rely on the advice from the infrastructure team and SWL about whether the site is serviceable, and so if that's the answer, then we take that forward. It's up to the infrastructure team and SWL to figure out and budget and take the development contributions and attribute that money to the projects identified in the wider area for upgrade.
So that then, you've just indicated a potential disconnect between the costs and the association to one is just to allow it to happen. I appreciate that, and that's a boundary. Okay, we tick that box. Then in isolation, we then, and so I would also ask the question: SWL hasn't been asked for a budget to date for this?
SWL has advised us that this can be serviced, and the details of that can be figured out as part of the resource consent, the subdivision consent. We would expect that if SWL felt that this was unaffordable or impractical, that they would have advised us in their technical advice that was then fed into the recommendation and the Commissioner's assessment.
And that's the sticking point, because I guess for me on this data, it is I'm unsure that it's not just Big Brother asking and anything's possible, but what is the cost? And we talk about a subdivision that's within our boundaries, and I appreciate all the realities of this, but the true concerns of the constituents are that we are moving out, and the horizontal infrastructure, it can get there, but the DCs are looking after what's within the boundary, and the ratepayer is picking up the tab to connect to the subdivision. And that is the piece that I believe we can work on better within our systems, so that we understand that impact, not just in isolation, the departments fulfilling their obligation, but as a collective understanding that. And if we don't have a budget for this, and it's just possible, and that's what I'm hearing, and I appreciate, there's a lot of moving parts. To me, the report has a missing facet.
I think when you get into spatial planning, that will certainly help, because that'll marry the two together.
Yeah.
We do have a bit of a vacuum at the moment, because our spatial planning, we do have some spatial planning with the structure plans, but it's a little bit, it's 10 or 12 years old. So yeah, certainly in the future, and with it being now a statutory function, I think that will help marry the two land use and infrastructure costs together better.
No, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It might come across as being...
I mean, with this one, it's essentially feeding into existing development patterns, and so it should be relatively straightforward to extend the pipes into the subdivision area.
Oh, I appreciate there's a bunch of new infrastructure's gone that far, and it's been allowed for in pipe diameters, etc. But I'm just wondering, from that distance, to come across from the Rolleston Lincoln Road in the back, and then a lift pit station, gravity to a lift pit station, and then pumped out, obviously, to lift, that those costs are more significant than just the standard infrastructure. So moving on, and just touching on what you've said, yes, we would expect that advice was, but just the actual budgets or proof of that advice would to be understood. So the expectation isn't quite as good as the numbers. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Reece. Questions? I have Tracy.
Just want to apologise for my absence at an impromptu meeting, so I apologise if something I say has already been. So I just want I'd just like some clarification that once a planning decision goes to the commissioner, the council must approve it or face an appeal and likely costs were we to lose that.
Well, I guess we've delegated this to an independent commissioner. If council were to decline the recommendation, it's saying that we don't have confidence in the commissioner's decision, which would mean essentially that the decision would have to be reheard by somebody else. And I think there may be the possibility, I think I may have said it, that it could be subject to a judicial review. But I guess ultimately there is some legal risk to council by turning it down at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think that answer is yes. That if council doesn't follow, if we as councillors do not follow the commissioner's recommendation, then it leads to a whole lot of circumstances that will be costly. So that was my first one. My second one is when an applicant puts in front of the commissioner multiple experts, what is council's role in responding on behalf of the community, if any? And so what I'm asking is, when we receive an application and we go off to the commissioner and we see all the witnesses' statements, do we limit ourselves to experts and or comment on things like engineering, things that are within the regulatory framework, or do we use this process as an opportunity to push back on some of the other narrative that might be being put forward through other witnesses around growth, and so that it's not necessarily a legal planning point, but it is alerting, because our community see us when my experience is that when there is a commissioner hearing, there are people members of our public, who go in and do submissions. But I think also they look to council to be representing them. And I understand that there is a tension between the regulatory aspect and the compliance around that. But is there room, do you think, in the future for there to be some aspect of community advocacy, I suppose? Is that clear, Emma? Do you think what I'm asking is clear?
Yeah, and I think probably that's not built into this process. The role of the planner, so John's role in this process was to assess the proposal in accordance with the statutory framework. I think to inject an element of community advocacy, we might have to have a look at the delegations. So whether we can arrange the delegations so that we don't find ourselves in a position where we're advocating for a particular outcome, but then ultimately the decision maker, which is what is before you today, we can have a look at that and maybe get some advice on how that could occur.
Thank you. And John, I appreciate the box that you sit in for what you're doing in terms of regulations and stuff. So I wasn't necessarily suggesting that come through you. I'm just aware of situations where there are 11 experts put forward by an applicant and nobody can afford to answer each and every one of them. But there is still perhaps an expectation from our community that we might address some of those things where it fundamentally goes against our long-term plan or our goals for ourselves outside of regulatory constraints. So thank you. No, the other thing I have is for the discussion-y part. Thank you both.
Thank you, Tracy. Just circling back to Denise for a question.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I got my thoughts back together again. On page 51, I looked through. This was obviously previous submissions. Previous councillor Hassan had submitted about a comprehensive stormwater management plan. And it was suggested that should go potentially into the long-term plan process. So is that happening?
So could you tell me what paragraph that is? Sorry.
2.27 on page 51, I think it is, on diligent, or page 6 of the report that I'm looking at.
I think I said potentially a process.
Yeah, it says potentially, and potentially a process for the long-term plan. And then it says after consideration of all information, Mr. Truen, that's you, I think.
Yeah.
Recommended no changes to the proposal regarding stormwater management related matters. Yeah,
so I think what I was saying there was that there wasn't really scope to consider it in variation 4, but as a sort of more involved process, it may be something that could come through the long-term plan or possibly through some other. I know they are doing a lot of work in that regard, so it may be that it doesn't need to go through the long-term plan process because the work's already being done.
So my understanding is it can't be considered with variation 4 because it's out of scope of the decision.
It is out of scope.
It's been made, but it's something for us to note that needs to happen in our broader integrated stormwater catchment management plans, and so that's something that we need to consider through our long-term plan.
So that
processes.
will go through the long-term plan.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I've got page 52. I was a bit worried about this. It seems like, I'll try and summarise it, but basically there's no requirement for any sort of green belt or landscaping or setback because previous subdivisions have not done that. And I worry that's a bit of an ongoing how we've ended up with Rolleston being a wee bit how it is, with no setbacks, no landscaping and no greenbelt land between subdivisions. So is that something we can look at for the future?
I think this is part of our spatial planning.
Okay,
and the way that we
because
see...
if we do another subdivision and another subdivision with no landscaping,
And I think
you end up with no landscaping.
I think what this paper highlights to us is actually the importance of our spatial planning, and how and where we want, or actually are okay with growth happening, and where we are not okay with growth happening, to give us some more avenues to shape what our district and what our growth avenues look like. So I think this is what this highlights to me, is the importance of that piece of work that needs to happen from us.
Yeah, okay. So on page 53, there's a communications with Ministry of Education, stated that they were neutral in terms of the proposal, but sought clarity on timeframes and scale of the development. They stated that an increase in the residential capacity could potentially cause pressure on the school network within Wollaston. More clarity on the timing of the development would inform the Ministry of Education investment decisions. They sought a consent condition requiring consultation with MOE on the development staging and timing. So are we doing that?
I believe in the report it says yes, that the developer is going to liaise, and it's the importance of letting them know, because they're in a 5-year planning cycle of investment in schools. So that's my understanding at the back end of the report, is a requirement to engage with MOE.
Yeah, and I understand that outside of this process there's been ongoing conversations with MOE, so they are very involved. But I think there is a requirement that they keep them informed in the development area narrative.
Okay. I won't labour the point anymore, because there's stuff on page 54 and 55, and that's about health in the NPS HPL, but I will leave that because we're probably running over time. Thank you.
Cool. And I'll just go to Sam, who's been patiently waiting online.
Thank you. So just touching on what Reece said, and the question is, I mean, if we ask, is it serviceable? Well, quite often the answer for anything is, of course, yes, of course it is, but is it serviceable affordably would be my next question. Has there been a development recently that we've said isn't serviceable?
I don't know if that's entirely in scope of the paper that we've got.
Oh, it's sort of...
Well, hang on, Sam. There's a wee bit of a discussion.
I think we have turned down plan changes in the past for reasons, one of, not the sole reason, but a reason that it hasn't been serviceable. We could probably go away and give you a list of them if outside of this meeting, if you wish.
That would be interesting to sort of see where we call it quits on some of these, because I have concerns that if, say, for example, new development coming online would cause a 2% increase in demand for sewage treatment, whether or not we capture development contributions over the next 10 years for that stage development, including estimated inflation on that, and actually allow for the extra costs and consent variations for volume of dumping, disposal, etc. Are all of these factored in, or is it literally how big the pipe is and how much pump it needs to push it?
Yeah, we might have to come back to you on that, around how our infrastructure team, their considerations in terms of that advice that they give to us, what goes into that in terms of, and I think it probably also comes down to sort of delegations as well. Their assessment they don't have the delegation to commit the council to costs that aren't planned for or budgeted or in the long-term plan. So, my expectation is that their assessment that feeds into the information before the commissioner would take account of all of that.
Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, we sort of look to them as subject matter experts. But I mean, if there's a level of comfort would be to provide more information up front, we could, as subject matter experts, ask them to provide that information to the extent that they can.
So I think there's a couple of things, because when we're looking at infrastructure, we're looking at the capital program, and the development contributions are to pay for that, for the infrastructure to go in, and then we're looking at the rates actually contribute to the pumping and the dumping and the things that go on into that situation, and that's how we calculate our rates over how many connections, what is the cost into that. So I think there's a few things that sit within this, but I think I look at the report and we're looking at, are we okay to rezone land that is within development already? And I think it would look quite differently if this was outside of this area, the decision being made. So if this was an anomaly and it was out on the fringes, on the other side, effectively, if this was on the other side of the road, I think this would be a very different discussion, but it would also have been a very different report from the Commissioner as well, into what is okay. And I think, this to me is almost sort of a clean-up of that big triangle of development. So just circling back for questions, Elizabeth?
Yeah, I think it's page 58. So Mr. Rees put in a few things here, and he was talking about the water and wastewater infrastructure and the risk to his own well and his own sewage line. I'm not actually speaking to what he's put in here, but my question is, if we're putting in the infrastructure, is there an obligation now for those that are on private wells and private septics to, when the pipes run past their properties, my understanding is we now then say, sorry, you are forced to connect. Is that a requirement in a new subdivision for the neighbouring properties to connect to the new infrastructure?
No, if they're in an established, certainly not from the district council perspective, if they're in an established house with an established septic tank, there's no mechanism in our district plan that we could compel them to connect to the infrastructure, and that's because the district plan is a forward-looking document. Once new rules apply or the situation changes, we can't go back in time and ask them to retrospectively do things. The reason I just caution around the district council requirement is that if their discharge permit for their septic tank comes up for renewal, ECAN may take a different view of that.
And do they, like, as in the same way that if the electrical lines run past your property, you may still have to pay for the lines even if you're not connected in? My understanding is people do still pay for a lines fee, so to speak, even if they're not tapped into it. Is that correct for either of water or wastewater?
Well, I think what you're talking about there is the rates that they pay. So my understanding is that zoning does affect rates. I'm not sure about proximity to zoning.
So this will create a rezoning for them? So that rezoning could mean that it could have a different effect on their rates bill based on the water?
I don't think for that property.
The Rays property is remaining rural, so it actually is remaining zone rural.
Yeah.
So it won't affect the underlying rating value of their land at this time.
There's no other identified neighbours that could be impacted by the change here of the rezoning, to your knowledge?
In terms of having a change in their rating, outside of the I think they're all part of the plan change area. There's 4 sites that are affected, and they're all within the I don't believe they submitted.
So just being clear, any existing properties that are getting rezoned in this that fall outside of the new development areas?
There are no properties outside of the development areas that are being rezoned as part of this process, no.
Okay, thank you.
Big Red.
I've managed to come up with one question. 17 hectares times 12 houses, it says 12 to 15 here, comes to 204 to 255 houses. So at 204 Huey's, at 28k, development contributions reserve contributions, water connection fees, sewer connection fees would come to 5.7 million. At 255, it'd come to 7.1. Would that be about right? Sorry, 28k would be the question. And I'm trying to, and this is because I've got a neighbour team. I know what's going on. So I'm not far away from this. I've walked down the road. There's a big pipe that these guys, this is all public knowledge. There's nothing hiding the fact that these guys are Falcons Run. You can jump up, look up Falcons Run, and you can see where he's subdividing at the moment. This is a continuation to it. When you go there, you'll see probably one of the biggest pump stations that they've put in to help service this whole area here. And this is what we need to have an understanding of. These guys engineered the pipe that went under the ground, the second pipe that went under the ground. It's a big pipe. I've seen it go in, and there's a lot of service there. So it is an extension of Falcons Run. Understand all the concerns, and particularly was you raised around Deb Hanson, Denise, long-term plan stuff. Fully support that. There is a bigger picture with that in Rolleston. And the way the reserve contributions work around the pump station and around the big pipes in the ground out the front, that's already been paid for, put in by the developer. The developer pays for it, and then there's an overs and unders scenario that works back where the developer claws back some of the cost from the council of what they've paid for it, of other people who are going to be flushing their toilet and stuff's going to be going through it, that is not coming out of that subdivision. Okay, so if that gives you a better understanding on the way it works. And Reece, you spoke about the road to, I don't like to say the road to nowhere, but when you drive through a subdivision and you go, there's a road that goes up to a farm and it just stops as a dead end there, that's because there'll be a future development, or the ODP, outline development plan, it overlays it so that when they go to subdivide, the infrastructure's there, geared, ready to go. So I wasn't going to say anything, team, but I just felt I had to jump in.
Thank you for that. I know that we're kind of getting into debate and discussion mode, so I think we're probably actually at the space where if someone moves and seconds this, so Sophie's happy to move and Sarah's happy to second. Is there any further discussion on this? But I'm also noting that it is 11:32, so we are just over 2 hours. So you can either break now, or you can finish this discussion.
Let's finish it.
Okay, so Tracy, you're happy to move that we extend past 2 hours, and Big Red's happy to second. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Cool. Elizabeth is against. We'll call it carried. So we've got a mover and a seconder. So discussion, Tracy.
I support the resolution, the accepting of the decision on variation 4. That's from the outset. So a lot of the things that are being said here, I think, are about the process in general as opposed to the specific piece of land. I do want to call out Deborah Hassan and a couple of the other people who submitted to the Commissioner, because I think they were looking at a district-wide impact on the decisions that we make. And Deborah, former councillor Hassan, I think, made some really good practical points about things we have to look at. And yes, we absolutely need to look at them in the long-term plan, but this is where my advocacy point comes in, colleagues, is that at some point Selwyn has to become, in my view, stronger in its advocacy about these quote-unquote downstream impacts. And it's sad to me that some of the submitters' comments are regarded as out of scope, because although there is RMA reform, it's not going in the direction that would bring them into scope, and I think that's a shame. I also just want to say that developer contributions are an interesting topic, but in the end, developer contributions are paid in full by the people who buy the sections and the houses and lands. There isn't a benevolent gift giving going on here by developers. Yes, they pay them and they borrow, but they are staggered and they are recouped through their business model. So in the end, it's the people who are buying the houses then paying all the rates. We need houses built. We need to be really clear about where we're building those houses. And in this situation, it seems like a good place to build them. And more of this sort of stuff, in my view, would be better for the long-termness of all of the things that we have to consider, rather than some of the others that go through the commissioners, through the same process, and we end up with things in places that are not good for the future and the people who live downstream. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Sophie, as the mover, you can talk to this and you can use your right of reply at the end if you like.
I'm pretty sure a lot have been said, so I don't think I'll need to write to reply, but I've been waiting for the debate part to just say something. Yeah. I mean, a lot of this has already been touched on, but I think some of what everybody has been saying is kind of encompassed in a phrase that is quite common in the Commissioner's report, and it's attributed to John, but it comes around a few times. The relief sought is best addressed during a resource consent process, not a plan change process. This process follows a very particular bit, and then that part is around the do. So this is the should we, this is the okay, let's move on. And that process refers to a whole bunch of other documents like district plan as well, engineering code of practice, and similar sort of stuff from ECAN, which then, you know, in some of the jargon is around how you manage those cumulative effects that everybody's been talking about and what it happens downstream into receiving environments and all that. They're supposed to play nicely together. I guess where I'm coming from with this is that our district plan was adopted in 2023. There are some appeals remaining, as we know, because it's in the agenda, but it's never going to be reviewed again in the same way that it was last time, because the law's changed. We're going to have spatial planning, land use plan, natural environment plan. Then you get the engineering code of practice, which was last reviewed in 2022. So at the moment, in theory, it has to work with the district plan, but the district plan came afterwards. And I don't remember how much community input there was into the last code of practice review. Now that's supposed to be reviewed every 5 years, which would mean that next year we are meant to have a review of the engineering code of practice, which does cover things like reserves, streetscapes, stormwater, drainage. It's literally a lot of the stuff that everyone's been asking, how do we manage that? So I guess where I'm going with that is just that hopefully we are still going to do some sort of review because it feeds in, and it would be really good if for councillors we had a bit more of a briefing about what that looks like. Are we going to go for community input? Because these things are they're coming round again and again and again, and we need to make this, transparent. Thank you. Oh, and aside from that, I'm for the motion.
Kind of guessed that. Yeah. Thank you, though. Reece.
Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge and the people that are watching that, Sophie, that your historic stuff and the dated times is actually very helpful, and it's good to get that. And that being said, I would also like to just acknowledge that, yes, this is within the boundary, this is within, but there is definitely, when you talk about the process and then legislation, it's very easy for us to just go, that is the way. And I think that's what we're trying to do, or what we've been tasked to do here as the council, is to think a little bit laterally from that and look at the full pipeline and the detail around it. And I think staff, I'm hoping, are getting the picture that we aren't just taking these things in isolation, as we've just alluded to, and that councillors actually have a broader knowledge about the downstream of the full pipeline. And I would just like to personally, I've found that we get to this stage and we do vote things up, but that then leads on to that, oh, well, you started here, so you must finish here. So I think what we're hearing here, and I'm just voicing it, is that there is a lot of question it early because we know the pipeline gets on and we don't get involved as much further on down the track. So it is just to make that connection that impact reporting and those things do help us because we are here as councillors representing the directives and the concerns of the public, and that is the job. It's not just to make a decision on a legal. We have to consider what the constituents are telling us to do here at the table, but there is also a matter of business to get on with. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Reece. Denise.
Thank you, Reece. That was a perfect segue into what I'm going to say. I've written this down because I want to stay on track, and it's going to be in plain speaking, unlike all the things that Sophie just told you about. Because I keep hearing the same thing, and we talk around it and we skirt around it, and like you say, it isn't about this particular issue today, it's about the wider system. I am in support of this development when and if it has to happen, because it is in an area where it's been planned, so it makes sense from a planning perspective, and I understand that. However, like Reece, I am speaking against it on behalf of our community for the following reasons. I'm yet to hear any financial figures to reassure me that Selwyn District Council has the money to create the extra infrastructure required to support yet more development. And by that, I mean where the sewage ends up, for example, at Pines Treatment Plant, etc. I'm yet to hear from staff, despite asking repeatedly if we will be putting targeted rates and properly charging DCs and levies or whatever they become to cover for the wider infrastructure needed. And we're just letting subdivision after subdivision go through. And our ratepayers, our current ratepayers, who are the ones I represent, will be footing the bill. I'm highly worried about what happened with Selwyn Water Limited, how that was rushed through, and it's not been transparent with the summary of assets that were moved across. From a governance perspective, I'm asking for a clearer, open and more transparent answer, and I feel like we're not getting them. Next year alone, we've got 40 million being spent on sewerage and water, growth-related upgrades. Who is paying for that? Is that current ratepayers? I guess it is. Probably you all know I stood to be a councillor as a result of years of work for Lincoln Voice. Fronting it was something that I didn't really want to do, to be honest, but it had to be done. Our primary objective was to protect highly productive land. I don't know that we did. The MPS HPL came in, and I don't know that that is either, because it's being cut back now. Our other objectives were around lack of infrastructure to support the development, the roads, the schools, the water, the community centres, the healthcare system, everything that we're hearing about now. We have Prebleton, Darfield, Leaston, West Melton all facing the same issues, and yet we are still saying yes to anything optional alongside all the fast-track development in which we have no say at all. And I do want our community to understand that that's the government. We have absolutely no say in that. I do wonder who makes these decisions. It seems to be unelected staff such as Robert Love or commissioners. Who chooses the commissioners? They're not elected, and from what I see, that's where the system goes wrong. This particular subdivision could have been a no, it could have been a wait and slow down, let Selwyn catch up for its ratepayers, but we didn't. We just keep going. Obviously now we've got a vote, but it's not really a choice because we have to say yes. So it's a vote for yes, because otherwise we'll be taken to court. So it's not really a vote. I've argued that for a long time, having fought for this for 5 years. Our community really wants something to change, and we're here to set direction, and the direction is for some way to change this. Thank you.
Actually, I want to say a couple of things there. One, I don't think it's fair to challenge staff and say that they are just picking and choosing what they wish. They are professionals in their space, and they're professionals in their space, and yes, they do choose the commissioners. There are lists of commissioners. We had delegated that to staff to do that. I don't think it's necessarily hand-selected, so I just want to clear that up first. The other thing I want to say is that I think this process has been happening for some time, and this one here is a clean-up period. I think I spoke to it a little bit earlier and said that if this was on the other side of the road or this was a different space, this would be a very, very different discussion, but we would have also expected a very different report from a commissioner. And I think that a lot of this and a lot of the discussion that we are having here across the table is good and it is robust, and I think what it is showing to me is that the need for our spatial plan and the importance that that actually has on our community to incorporate their views on where they are comfortable with growth and where they are not comfortable with growth, but also from us in a planning perspective of infrastructure and being able to phase that appropriately for those land zoning so that actually we can have a good capital program, and if a development wants to happen before the infrastructure is in place, well, actually, if we're not ready, we're not ready. And I think that is the planning that is so important for us in our long-term plan capital program, just to recognise the phasing of our capital works to actually make it affordable for our community. I want to also acknowledge the catchment management plan and the conversation from former Councillor Hassan in this, and I think earlier today public forum, and this has been an ongoing discussion for us, also the importance of that planning as well, which I think we will recognise through our LTP, and so there is going to be a big body of work for us for the long-term plan, but I think it's going to have some really great positive outcomes for our community in this space. I think regarding DCs, and this is the same question that I ask all the time at F&P, is when are we going to see the new DC policy start to take effect? And I think it is gradually starting to build into that, noting there's a 5-year lag with resource consenting in that. I think we are moving into that good position because any new DCs, you can see the dollar amount associated with those is a lot higher than what it typically has been. We sit in this space. I know that DC policy is part of our LTP work program, but we're also looking at when is the levies going to come in as well, because that gives us the better flexibility than what a policy does. And I think timing of development is really hard to guess when a resource consent is going to be logged or submitted, and so that there in my mind sits with the big challenges. How do we know how much this is going to cost and the housing density and everything that is going to go there until we can see the actual application of what does this look like for it to be assessed against. So I think our planning and our phasing of our development contributions, our capital works program, it is very complex. And so I don't envy this organisation into the phasing of that, really. Next up, we have Elizabeth.
I'm just going to keep it short and sweet. A lot of what's been said has already been said, what I agree with, and obviously in the questions, a lot of that I hope will be a part of the wider discussion for future reports. I think the directive's been pretty clear today. So the short bit is it's Rolleston, the ground is great, the conditions are perfect, the density, everything fits nicely for a tick from me. And I'm looking forward to seeing our town grow in the right places.
Thank you. Aaron?
There's been some good conversation, and I was going to turn my light off, but lest this keeps going, given that I think we're all on the same page ultimately, I'm going to move that we close and go to the vote.
Yes, thank you,
Thank
Aaron.
you. Okay, there's a mover and a seconder. Sophie, do you want your right to reply? You're comfortable? Cool. Okay. Putting the resolutions, they'll be taken as a whole. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Abstain? Okay. Call it carried. Councillors, we will break now. I'm looking at the time, and I think if we do 15 minutes now, and then we can take a longer break a little bit later. So we'll just adjourn for 15 minutes. Thanks. Okay, welcome back everyone. We are up to item 11, which is the partially operative Selwyn District Council plan, and it is concluded appeals, so this is an information report. So I will hand over to Emma and Rachel.
Hello again. I'd just like to introduce you to Rachel Carruthers. Rachel is a senior policy planner in our RMA policy team. She tells me that she's just ticked over 23 years at the council, and she's worked in just about every planning role there is. So, and she's been instrumental in the resolution of these appeals, which is what this report's about today.
Morena. So back in 2023, Council made decisions on submissions to the district plan. We had just over 600 submitters who were eligible to lodge an appeal. 26 appeals were lodged. And so this is just an opportunity to update the council with where we're at with the resolution of those appeals in terms of the delegation that we were given. So by February last year, we had resolved 12 appeals. And so I've got the next, was it 5 or 6, to update you on that we've resolved since then. So starting at the top of the list on page 88, the Ngāki's appeal at Dunsandel was around rezoning land from general rural to large lot residential. We had concerns around that we needed to work through with the appellants on urban form and the national policy statement on highly productive land. You're going to hear the MPS HBL quite a lot in this report. So we were able to work through those, which resulted in the Ngāki's land at Dunsandel being rezoned. And we updated the plan in August last year to reflect that. The next one is Mr. Cameron at Darfield. He was zoned through decisions to large lot residential, and we managed to work through some urban form and servicing constraints to get him to general residential. So that was April last year. Townsend and Stewart. Townsend and Stewart was an appeal against our decision to decline rezoning land at Lincoln from general rural to general industrial with some site-specific quirks. The court agreed with us that that was a bad idea, largely in terms of the MPS HPL, and so that appeal was dismissed. Then we moved to two appeals that were heard in one go, and that was the appeal by the NZDF against Council's decision, and the appeal by Council against the Minister of Defence's decision in relation to the designation for the rifle range at West Melton. At the core of it, both sides got what they wanted. The Defence Force got conditions into the plan to address or to further address reverse sensitivity concerns about neighbours complaining about noise coming from the range. And we got what we wanted in terms of the Defence Force being required to develop and implement a communications plan so that they're keeping in touch with their community about when they're going to be noisy. The other bit that related to the NZDF appeals related to basically just giving effect to that, those reverse sensitivity concerns and how we best manage that nationally important infrastructure. On page 91, CSI Property and iPort Rolleston Holdings Limited, that related to we accepted a submission from the Coburns to rezone some land on the other side of iZone from rural to industrial, and CSI and IPort thought that was a bad idea. Part of it was around making sure that they wanted us to make sure that the development of the Coburn land was subject to the same constraints that the development of their land was subject to. That was actually an oversight on the decision maker's part, and it should have been subject to those constraints in the first place. So we said, yep, absolutely. Those constraints relate to timing and making sure that the Duns Crossing Road roundabout and the overbridge at the lights are in place before development on that land commences to address traffic safety concerns. So we said, yep, perfectly fair and reasonable, let's amend that one. The other part of their appeal was that we shouldn't have rezoned that land in the first place, and that appeal was withdrawn just before we went to hearing. The next one, Birches Village Limited. There's a bit of a history on this site. This is land at Prebbleton that was originally came in front of council as Plan Change 72 to the old plan, which we declined on the basis of HPL and inability to service. So they then submitted on the district plan and on variation 1 to the district plan, and was declined on both cases because MPS HPL and inability to service. They have withdrawn that appeal because they are now a listed project with the Fast Track Approvals Act. They haven't yet made an application, but we've done what we could do. So that's the appeals that we have finished up in the last 12 months or so. The appeals outstanding are listed at paragraph 11. Of those, Blakes Road Kingcraft Group and Saunders are continuing. The appeals by Horticulture New Zealand, Transpower, Fonterra, Orion and Christchurch International Airport, we're waiting on a consent order which was issued by the Environment Court on Friday. So we are just in the process of updating the plan to reflect that consent order, and we will update you properly at our next available opportunity. With Blakes Road Kingcraft Group, the judge accepted the appellant's amended proposal, and so we are currently working with the appellant on the required amendments to the plan to give effect to that decision. That will then go back to the court for final sign-off, so that will probably happen towards the end of this year. And Saunders Family Trust is an area of land between West Melton and Kerwee where they would like us to move the boundary between the inner plains and the east plains so that their land is in the inner plains. The court declined that appeal, and that decision has been further appealed to the High Court. We don't have any timeframes on that yet, so I would say that a resolution this year is unlikely. So that's where we're at with the appeals. So if you've got any questions, please fire away.
Thank you, Rachel. That was a really good, comprehensive overview of the process that you've been going through. And sorry, did you say it's the first time you are presenting at council? And
first time to this council.
To this. I was going to say, I was like, that's not true. I've seen you here many, many times. You've been here 23 years. You've been here more than once. And I think the only thing that I sort of flagged with that was the fast track application. I mean, we'll have all that information ready to go in our feedback if that progresses, right? So
absolutely,
yeah, everything that we've got is just good to go straight into that.
At the time that we were doing PC 72 and the district plan appeals, the engineering advice we had was that we would have we would probably have sufficient sewer capacity in 2063, not a typo. So we will have updated information to feed back in, but yes, all of that core work is certainly still there sitting, waiting for the fast track panel to be ready for it.
Thank you. questions, I've got Aaron.
Thanks very much. Yeah, if that was the first time in 23 years you'd presented, you're bloody good at it. But to get to my question, it's also about the fast track. So do we have an ability to highlight to the government that the fast track's being used to basically relitigate previous decisions that had a sound basis? And will the fast track run roughshod over the MPS HPL and our ability to service?
In terms of relitigating previous decisions, if you have a look at the listed fast track projects, many of them are relitigating previous decisions, so that's not new. In terms of the NPS HPL, at council level, we must give effect to the NPS HPL. At the fast track approvals process, it is something that they must consider. So there is a difference in emphasis, but it's not as prominent, but it is still there.
What about our ability to service? Can, in theory, this process approve it and then poor old ratepayers of Selwyn are left carrying the can?
What we will need to do when we provide our substantive comments to the panel is basically, if you are going to approve this, this is the work that the developer must fund.
Cool.
Because the assumption with fast track approvals is that approval will be granted. So it then becomes, rather than us saying no because it's not in the plan, it becomes, well, if you want this decades in advance of us doing the work, you need to do the work.
Yeah. So it's important for ratepayers to understand this is not an idea that the council put forward. We stood against it in the past. We may not have any say about it in the future, and tell your MP about it. Thank you.
Elizabeth.
Thanks. I'm not sure what you're privy to say around the Sanders Family Trust because that's obviously being appealed. Are you able to answer any questions on that one?
I can give general outline, but I wouldn't be in a position to be able to discuss legal strategy unless we were in public excluded.
Okay, so just in terms of the decision, the reason that it's being appealed, what was it that they were originally requesting to what was granted at their previous decision?
Nothing's been granted. So we said no, the Environment Court said no, the High Court is the next step.
All right, I see, that's the appeal. Okay, so they've just been asking to rezone down to 4 hectare sections, is that correct?
Yep, so the line between the inner plains at 4 hectares and the east plains at 20 hectares runs to the east of their property. So they want to move it around their land to the west a little bit so that their land kind of sticks out as an intrusion of inner plains.
Right, okay. When is that? So you've got no time frame, but you're saying a 2026 resolution is unlikely. So do you have a little bit of an indication of when that decision will end up in court?
There is a judicial conference between the various council later in the month. And at that time, Justice Paulson will probably put some timeframes in place. But until that conference has been held, we don't know.
There's obviously be a significant cost to us to be ending up in the High Court. Can we be awarded costs if they lose?
Our council, I probably would prefer to take this one public excluded.
Okay, that's fine. Fair enough. That would make sense, yeah. What was my second question? I think I've lost my train of thought now, going down that route. Yes, no, here it is. In terms of levies, so what you raised at the end of Aaron's question was around when it comes to the fast track and you've got the opportunity to speak to that, you'd be talking about them upfronting the costs, the additional costs to service that. With the new development levies, Lydia gave some acknowledgement today that that's already on the table, so we know what those levies look like. Is that correct?
Not yet.
No, it hasn't passed legislation. We put submission into it.
Okay.
Saying what we would like clarification on, but it's not yet passed. I think we can live in hope that it will be.
Right,
But what we can do as part of the fast track is, for example, we need to, the main for a something or other doesn't have capacity. We need a new main. You want the benefit of this development. You need to pay for it.
Yep.
Of course, the flip side, of course, is that then the developer really pays for it.
Oh, sure, I get that, but yeah.
But it wouldn't come off the rate.
Exactly. So I guess the question is, with the development levies, is there a pathway for that to be tiered? So those types of properties are a prime example for a higher tier pay for a levy because of the higher infrastructure cost to council. Is that currently a pathway available under the proposed bill?
I'm not sufficiently familiar with those provisions.
That is my understanding, is that development levies can be set to recover the cost of what development is associated to that particular development, rather than how our policy currently sits. So you can consider it as development is lodged.
Perfect. Thank you.
Tracy.
Hi. Thanks. I was also going to talk about the development contribution, and I think this segues, Emma, to what we were talking about in the previous, or I was talking about in the previous section, about taking an opportunity in these fast tracks, whether it's out of scope or not, to use that opportunity to have a little word on behalf of our community about things like this. I would also be interested in not just the size of the pipe, but also about the, and again we keep using these phrases, although this time I think it's upstream, the upstream impact of the filling of the pines. So there's the piping around this proposed subdivision, but that's all got to go somewhere. We're getting told about numbers of sections, but I think it would be really prudent if we look at, when we are responding to fast tracks, we go, if they're saying there's 154 sections, then we apply the maximum medium density that they could, and then we say it's could be this many houses, this many toilets flushing, etc. So how does that impact the Pines capacity? How is that going to be paid? So I think there's those aspects that would be really useful. Coming back to your paper, thank you, and your explanation of it all was great. Thank you. I just wonder whether, and this could be like an attached PX paper, I don't know, that comes with it, but if we had a table that had the case, who instigated it, a little bit like you've got, but in a table, the result and the cost to council so far, in terms of external counsel, but also the legal team, I know, track their hours. It would be useful to know that too. And a similar type of thing could go, if we have that ability, into our comments about fast track legislation, because of what it's costing us in staff time to spend on things that are effectively being relitigated as part of that. We're just giving you the full picture. Thanks for asking us. I get the scope of what we're supposed to be replying when we're in the fast track. I'm just asking if we can just be a little bit clever about how we just put a little bit of nuance in there, because it's important for our community that they see we take the opportunities to say, actually, this is putting a burden on our people, and this is how it's burdening. They can ignore it, but we've then discharged our duty to our community, if that makes sense. Thank you.
So I think the question was, can we bring back that type of reporting? And I don't see why not. Thank you. Just to paraphrase that a little bit, yeah. Thank you. You're welcome. Denise.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. I got what you were saying, which is good. I don't know if this is a question. I don't know. Because you said, I'm just asking because you've got lots of experience in all of this. You said that we must give effect to the NPS HPL at a council level. And I think when our residents hear that, they think that we should just be able to say no to developments on highly productive land. But we have the partially operative district plan, which has already got urban overlays for lots of areas that perhaps our residents don't know about. Would that be correct? We can build on NPS HPL, like the two subdivisions or the ones we were talking about previously, because some of those are on NPS HPL.
Just because land is land use capability class 1, 2 or 3 does not automatically mean that it is covered by the NPS HPL.
No, I know that.
So, and I think that's where perhaps that community confusion might be coming in. Because the NPS HPL lists a bunch of land that, although it is land use capability 1, 2 or 3, is not subject to the constraints of the NPS HPL, and that includes land that is within the urban growth overlay.
Which we've set as a council,
which
not us, but the previous council.
Which, when we were developing the district plan, we took all of our previous strategic planning documents about where do we want urban growth to go at some point in the future when it becomes appropriate, and then that land became urban growth overlay.
Yeah. So that land can be developed.
So that land can be developed without having to consider whether it meets the tests set out in the NPS HPL.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to clarify. Yeah.
And then within the NPS HPL itself, there is a pathway for urban development if certain tests are met. Yeah. And that's where Townsend and Stewart fell over because it didn't meet those tests. But Narkis did.
Okay. So is it also, we have quite a lot of lifestyle blocks sort of around the edges of places, and they are now considered compromised and not contiguous use of land, so they can be developed further.
That depends. So, and I'm sorry, but I can't give a more specific answer than that because it really does depend on the circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
There been no other questions. I'll ask for a mover to accept the information report, Sarah and Tracy. Is there any discussion on this? I know it's probably been a bit of discussion. Everyone's happy? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Cool. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Community Funding Assessment Panel. Big Red, you can come back to the table now. And so this is the terms of reference and policy amendments. This one was to lay on the table and went back to the funding panel to be reviewed and is now back for approval. So I will hand over to Denise and Stephanie.
Thank you, Mayor Glidden. That was my intro to this.
Sorry.
And just to remind councillors that they will have met Stephanie before, and she's in the Community and Economic Development team.
Kia ora, councillors. We just thought we'd mention the panel recommendation of the terms of reference changes. So the first change is to state the Community Funding Assessment Panel has a minimum of 4 members. Number 2, a footnote be added stating in making appointments, council will endeavour to achieve representation across the district, ideally including 1 councillor from each ward. However, this remains at council's discretion. And number 3, the original clause 4.4 be retained. If a councillor member of the assessment panel cannot attend a meeting, they can delegate the responsibility to another councillor. So happy to take any questions.
Cool. Are there any questions on this? There being no questions, I'll ask for a mover. Denise, and a seconder, Elizabeth. Is there any discussion to be had on the policy? On the resolutions? No. Everyone's happy? Cool. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried. Thank you, Stephanie. I know that you've waited so long for about 2 minutes. Next up is tab 13, which is a notice of motion from Councillor McLeod. I believe there's been a little bit of an update to this, so I may hand to Tracy and she could talk to this.
I'm seeking that this motion lie on the table. There's some information or some confusion about some information that's important around the finances, around the fund that's being discussed or the funding. And I think it's important for councillors to have a full, clear picture before we make a decision that can impact both the council and the community at the centre of this. So I'm assured that that information will be available well before the 10th of June when this will come back to council.
Cool. Thank you, Tracy. I think that's a really wise idea to make sure that we're considering the whole picture of this. Is there a seconder that this lie on the table, Reese? Is there any further discussion on this line on the table? There being none, I'll put it to the vote. So all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So we will see that paper back on the 10th of June. We are now... So we just next up have a resolution to exclude the public. There are a few reasons there around acquisition, investment, and State Highway 1. So is there a mover that we move into PX? Reese, and a seconder, Tracy. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call that carried. We'll just give a minute for the live stream to stop. Yeah, please. Cool. All right, welcome back, everybody. Next up is the matters raised in public forum. So I'll hand over to our interim chief executive to address the public forum.
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of the first two speakers around the drainage, I know our Executive Director, Tim, spent a good chunk of time after the meeting. So we've talked about the approach to resetting the relationship, not only just with the L2 Drainage Committee, but also with the wider community. And so we're working on a plan. So I'll communicate back to the two speakers around that approach. I know that follows what Tim gave them a verbal update on. And in terms of Mr. Rakovich, I'll just thank him for his submission on the opportunity to establish a rural health action group, and I'll respond to the details that he shared in his addendum. And I know this will be an ongoing conversation for our council, and we just note that we're continuing to keep an eye on what the government are talking about health in our community.
Cool. Everyone's happy with that approach? Okay, we'll close the meeting then, and so I'll close with karakia. Unahia, te pau, kia wātia, ai, kua wātia. Thank you everyone for a good productive meeting today.